Hello there. You're rocking and rolling, eh? Help if I had terminals open. Totally forgot to. It's one of them days, apparently. And all that. Get that over there. Make sure it's all muted. Yes, okay, perfect. So, we have a couple things to clean up in here. And I think I want to do this stuff first before we fix the tests, because some of this will break tests a little bit more. Our tests are going to be in shambles right now, but that's fine. The behaviors should be similar in some cases. So some of the stuff is going to be a little bit very much different. But other stuff will be very similar. We just need to change the inputs. So we'll just work through it. Love your loading animation. Did you make that? Yeah, I did. The fakey line loading thing, I believe, is on my GitHub, and then the background, I just made it in Krita, I think. It's kind of one of my early projects on stream. And then I just use I launch it in Cool Retro Term. How's things for you? How's the everything? Okay, so tags in the character. Let's just kind of go down the list here. Make sure this is all on the up and up. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Where do we want to put this in at? Right now, first of all, we'll need them in the struct. I guess we could just call them tags. Reminds me of the old SimCity reticulating splines. Yeah, somebody said I should add that, and I haven't got around to it yet. But yeah, it was totally just meant to be kind of the retro, loading screen type of thing. We could build tags. We could store tags. That could be a thing, but we could also just load them on unstow. Return the car. We could do it here for now. We might want to save tags. We might not want to. I don't know exactly how I want to do that. For one, I don't know what tags I really want just yet. First and last name is easy for now. The other thing, I was thinking about a map to look up tags, but order matters. Believe the expected behaviors to default to the first thing. Like if there's 6 potion bottles and you say take potion, it should give you the first thing on your list too, right? So the list given to the user and the list given or understood by the server need to be the same. And a map would make that complicated. We'd have to go through the list anyway. So I think for now, we're just going to put them in here. So anytime we're unstowing or converting the database version, we get it in here. If we ever change, like we don't have any facilities right now to do so, but if we were to ever change your name or something like that, we'd need to trigger a tag update then as well. But this can still stay here as a fallback. Like if it didn't happen for some reason, log out, log in, fixes things, right? And then we want to do this as lowercase. I think. And then we would have to do... We gotta be careful, because when we tell you that there's no thing here, we need to echo back whatever you entered. Or is that surprising too? That's an interesting thought. Maybe we don't do this for now. Let's push this decision down the road a little bit. And maybe we can leave it case sensitive, but you know, we can add some UI stuff that'll make it easier to know what you're doing. Yeah, let's do that for now. Okay. So that puts you in there, and then we had a temporary thing. Where did we do that? We did that in the client handler? No. Was it in map? Look. I should just tags. It's anything that can it was when we put you in the tile. That's where we temporarily put it. We just need to find location that leave tile. I think it was add intertile only. Yes, okay. Tags go in here. Comes from the move command. We have a creator constructor for a new move command, create move command. Our tags. So wherever we called this is where we put in the temporary. So it is in command parser. Here we go. This goes away and gets replaced with ooh, you're in a different package. We need to export tags. That's fine. Not too worried about that. Put you in there. And then was there somewhere else? Map test. We got to fix test later. Game manager test. We can look for that pattern. Game map, place character, that's right. Tags in there as well. And here. Nope, that's what we just had. Okay, I think we're good on that. Believe that's everywhere. If we do now... take this out. We'll leave case insensitive for another day. Checks for exits, right? Okay. That's a little bit of a bigger one. Maybe we'll do this one. We just decided that this is... well, maybe we can still do this. We'll look at that in a minute. Let's do this. This is a little one. So when we do a look... we come over here and we decide if this is something that's valid in your location. And then we just did... there is no want here. We also probably want to do a little bit more... refined matching? I'm not sure how I want to do that exactly. But we allow different... like, we allow overlap of first names and allow overlap of last names currently. As long as both together do not match, right? So... if you have two people with the first name in the room... right now, you would not be able to target the second one with your look, even if you gave their full name. So, we need to be smarter about that, and maybe like build a like a list of matches or something. I don't know. We'll have to think about that a little bit. Let's fix this little thing first, which is this. And then we can do make you a bytes buffer, write a string, is no, and then we go for I don't care, range, target tags, write string, tag, and then if, I guess I do care about I. If we're on the last index, let's see here. Actually, we don't even need to do that. Because we're not... we can just do this. Just add a space, write the tag, add a space, write the tag. Because we're doing that. Because we have a trailing string. We can just do that. It'll be easier. And then... deleted too many things here, I think. If I event UUID. Oh, I put this. This is in the middle of my event creation because we did this. Now we just need to do output string. What am I missing? Too many arguments. Event type. Private. Topic ID is the source ID. Listener IDs is empty. Oh, yeah, this is part of the format string. Doop. There we go. Now, okay, it's still an update. We put the notify event in there, shoot it over the broadcast message broker. Perfect. So that should that should fix up. We go and launch the server. Hello. There we go. We launch. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Forgot to start the database. Like so. I believe we got there in time and the server should be running. Happy. Yes, good. So now if we go, we can look at the room. We can look at me. There is no bar here. Perfect. Okay. There should be, though. No, my last name is Man. That's right. That'll result in looking at me. And then if I was to... There is no push bottle here. Perfect. Ooh. What happened there? Ah. I need to log my commands in here for one. Let's put our period back in there. We also need to in our it's gonna be in parser. When we go for look command, we need to be careful. Does this warrant a constant? I wonder. I think it does. I think we would need to be able to use the at token a lot. I hope it's more useful than just once, right? And this maps the string to the token type. I think we're okay with just lowercase in the commands, but we can fix it later if we decide it's not sufficient. So now when we do our parse look, we say if it's not end of file or rather and, ooh, that ain't gonna work because that will lead us to falling through. So what I actually need to do is say you just continue if the token is at. That might cause problems later. We'll have to see. Just thinking about like if you, is there a case where that might be a valid thing to look at, right? My camera has gone blurry today. Let's fix that, hopefully. Yes, perfect. Like I'm thinking about if you were trying to look at a person at a location, right? Like a look at man at window or something. But we don't really have anything that would add that to a character. We'd have to manually add it to an NPC, and then you would just add like man and window or something like that if you wanted to enable that behavior, I think. So we're gonna go with it unless unless something crops up that shows us for sure that it's a bad idea. Let's run this again. And okay, what happened there? Oh, we're stuck. Crap. Because I made a silly mistake. This doesn't ever advance the token. So let's, instead of this way, we'll do this. Now, there is no potion bottle here. Whoa, .x, where'd that come from? Oh, that came from me trying to type exit and not being focused. Yes. Good. Fix that up. Okay. Next thing. I think how do I want to do this? It's got to be when we're looking for tags. It's the only place this makes sense. I guess we could put... We'd have to build the map every time somebody entered. And nobody, you know, there's no guarantee anybody would ever look in that room. I mean, it's fairly likely, but no guarantee, right? So we'd be doing a lot of processing for something that may not happen. Or we can just defer until that does happen and then just look through the list, which maybe is the smarter thing in this case. But here, we need to know like the amount of matchiness happening, I think. And the other thing we want to do is in our parser, tags append thinking about supporting look me as a thing, right? We'd have to be careful doing that because then token, I guess token lives in its own deal, but that's internal to the command parser, which makes sense. I guess it would have to be here, right? We'd have to put you in token. I'm getting distracted though. We'll circle back to this. Back to my look and do to support me as a token. Append tag with attached character ID as tag. Okay, so when we're in here, we go through the occupants, we go through our list of tags. We need to know we build this event, so that's fine. We just need to know, and this is only for occupants, items will have to go in a separate one. We need to know like a almost like a map with a struct in it for matchiness, or I guess a map wouldn't really need to be there. You can just do a single thing. You do two variables for and we would need, oh, this is actually just it's just an ID. We can make you a nil UUID to start with. And we need a match, not really a count. I guess tags matched. So this event needs to come out like so. This needs to be guarded. To say if it's not nil, then we do this. What am I even thinking there? If it's not nil, then we do this. Here is where we need to figure out and then we can say if tag is the occupant equals the occupant tag, we increment tag matches. And then at the end of that, we actually need to put you up here. This is target tags. We need to clean this up in general. So we go through each of our occupants, go through our list of tags. We're just going to do this. So, tag matches actually comes up here. Because this is for each occupant. Then we have to go through their tags internally. Okay, now I see why I did that. Because you have to go through all the occupants, go through all the target tags, see if they match the tags on the occupants. Add to tag matches here. And then at the end of this loop, that's when we say... Actually, we could do it... We could do it here. Well, no, because we want to know... We can't skip out. We need to know the total. Tag matches is greater than... This should be like... something like that. So if it's greater than that, we do that. Char. The ID. We don't actually... we do need to do that, though. There. That should give us a matchy-matchiness. And then if the matchy-matchy is not nil, we send it. This can live after we also go through. We can keep these around. So we need to do... Also check for matchy-matchiness of items. And then we need to... This is still a to-do. support early exit for ID match. You have to still string match that, but we have the ID, which is a UID, so we can string it. Okay. We'll do that in a minute when we put you in. But for now, let's give this a test. Just thinking about the best way to do that manually. Run the server is a good start. Let's launch 2 clients. Let's try typing the right password, just, you know, for fun. Okay, and then you don't, oh yeah, we need to add occupants as well. And exits. We should do exits on a look as well. That's fine. We have the technology. But over here, if I was to do, look, man, I would look at myself because I am first in the list. I think that's all exactly what I want. For now, anyway. Oops. Spelling commands correctly helps. Okay. This is actually done. We've just built all that. I guess we could parse this by UUID. Just thinking about skipping like the item lookup, right? If you have an ID match without making a mess here. We'll kind of kick that just a second. Kick it down the road just a little bit. This part is done. So we need to do the skills and the other stuff. Let's do a commit here really quick. Fix up some of the little rough spots in the look machinery. Okay. The look needs to return exits as well. Notify event. But if we do a look up here, verbose description, we would need to do a buffer. Output, right string, the verbose description of the target tile. Um, it's has suffix. Are you unhappy? Oh, right. We append you if you don't exist. We might do... I don't really get it yet, but what are tags in this context? Properties on a thing that allow you to... that you could use to describe that thing. Right now, it's kind of just the name. Um... I don't know if this is any faster at all. It's just going to be nicer to use. And actually, I don't know if I can make this a const. Because it's a slice? Yeah, I can't. I can do that, though. And then I can do... new line bytes. And I could actually do write byte, new line bytes. No? Oh, you're a byte array, right. What is the other? Oh, just write. Okay. Perfect. Write that, and then exits, which we handle on inter. Where's move? Move. Here you are. I should organize these a little bit better. That's fine. We'll do that in just a second. Intertile. We have a helper for this, I think. Ordered exit list. Yes. Should do a helper for this. I don't know why I call it, because we have tile. I don't... Oh, because you're not a method on tile. Your connection. Okay, I see. We shouldn't need any of that. We just need to return a list of room exits that the game event system understands. We do need to check that that's all fine. It just needs to be like so. This is jar ID. Do the same thing now over here where we do look. And let's put you down here like I keep meaning to do. And when we come in here, that and I think we can just do oh, these aren't strings though. What did we do over here? Did we already build anything for Intertile? Room change info exits. Right, we put you into there. But we're not sending you room change info. It's just a look. Yeah, it's just a notify. Okay, that's fine. So over here, we'll just do it. Target tile. Get ordered exits. Source ID. And then we'll just build you. Where did we do this already? Because we had to do this already. It would be in character? Yeah. But we don't. I guess we can just put it over here. Like, there's no real good place, like third place that this should live. We don't want to import. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, sure. We don't want to import from character, right? The idea is that these modules don't know about one another. And I don't think it really warrants being put in the events. So I think we're just going to have a little bit of code duplication here. And it'll be fine. In theory. We do that. Just switch this over. This is now output. Where are you shadowed? Shadows declaration at map.go. Ah, right. Okay. Take you out. Pretty much we're always going to have an output here. So we can just make our buffer at the start of this. Well, I guess after the error checking makes more sense. Once we get past that, we know we're going to have something to say. Like so. And then in there? Do that. We have our exits. I have one too many of them. That's what's going on. Oh, wait, no. Yeah. Ah. Because we need to check the length. That's what's going on. Okay. That way, if we are in there, and there's no exits, we just continue on. That means we should... No, we always want a new line here. Otherwise, this will be all a mess. Okay, I think that's all we need for that. Let's run that. You only need one client right now. If I don't get... What happened there? Why aren't you added? Oh. So I forgot to do that. And then we need to make sure we also write this. Kind of why I wanted to do it all in one place, but that's fine. That's better. All right. Let's do a quick commit for that. Add exit descriptions to look to room look output. Probably want to do occupants as well, but in a more generic way. We could send... Like, we probably want to do something a little bit more sophisticated eventually, but we'll do it before, we'll do it after verbose description. guess it'd be greater than 1 because you're in here. This becomes problematic because we can't just call over to character, right? And all we know that's here are IDs. Crap. So maybe we do need to use the room update. Or the room data. We actually already have the long description in here. We just don't use it. We would then also need to do I kind of like this idea, actually. Because that pushes this out as well, right? Pushes it over here to do its formatting. And then we could put exit formatting into a helper over here. That would be even better. And then this can also do a look on the occupants, right? Because we're in character over here. And resolve that. And that can have various different implications for, what that character responds with. Because we'll need, like, the basic look, which we have now, and then, like, an inspect or something like that, a better look that gives you more information if you care about that person or NPC. Yeah, okay, we're going to do that. Which will actually allow us to move this down here again, which is fine. So we don't need any of this to live in here. Hello world, I thought I should use macros to reduce boilerplate. Now my macro has more lines than the code it replaced. I'm now writing a macro to replace the macro. I hear that that's a thing that, just inevitably happens as soon as you start playing with macros. How you doing today, Marco? Okay, we need to both handle this correctly. It's still a notify character, which runs through here. Notify character. If it is this type, this is just like your generic. So we just need to add a case for, we need to do the type switch, right? Which is not a huge deal. And then we push responsibility for how to deal with this. This is just kind of glue that gets it to the character, right? And we can resolve the IDs into character objects too, I suppose. But I also think we can do that in here because character is aware of its parent manager. Yeah, so we can ask manager about whether or not those things are active or not. You look great and younger today. Must be the destruction of the ozone layer letting all that sun in. Either that or it's my camera has decided that it wants to be a blurry kind of mess today. I reset it once already and it went right back to being kind of obnoxious, so... Oh... We just need to populate a room update. Or a room data, rather. Uh-oh. Having some connection. Slow down. Apparently it was enough to knock Twitch over. That's cool. Love that. Just the tiniest blip, even with disconnect protection, and Twitch falls over dead. 967 frames dropped total. What a mess. Okay. That's fine. What's going on? Where are you? Okay then. Location. Intertile's location. We're going to make, because we haven't fixed this yet, X and Y, because it's a pointer and we don't want it to be messed with. Message. There is no message. We don't care about a short description. Let's use the method just in case. We can get our exits. Like so. This is notify character, true, source ID, occupant IDs. We don't even need occupancy in this event because our update struct. Think you're speaking to me telepathically because I hear you before I see your mouth move. What's correct now? Yeah, I had a little bit of an internet blip there. Just for a little tiny second. What are you up to today, Marco? Anything fun? Oh, hey, Marco's macros. It was written. You were destined. What was the all distracted by your destiny now? Notify character event or character notify event. Lives in here. Character notify event. Yeah, listener IDs. Because that goes into a notify event. We could... My nickname at school was indeed Macro. Nice. We could rename this to occupant IDs, and I think I like that. the topic and the other occupants. Are we allowed to post our GitHub projects in Discord? Of course. Absolutely. Just as long as you're not, you know, being a spammy doofus. And I think we all know, like, when we're being a spammy doofus. I just don't want it to be like a place where people who don't participate in the community just show up in, like, dump links, right? But the people that are in the community, absolutely, I would love for you all to share cool things you make. And then we do nothing. We don't need to do those. It's a room update that goes in there. We put you into the message, shoot you off. There we go. And then all this stays as it was. So you're looking at a specific thing, and that can use the generic update. Over here, I've got, let's call you data type instead. And then this can become this, which is nicer. Or just, this could even just be data. Or we've already got data. Payload, I guess. That would work. Leave my strings alone. I'll fix them myself. Just do that. And then this is for notify event. Let's make you this, and we'll say not that. I'd have to do a T here. Like that. If it's a room data, however, this is where we need to figure out what we want to do with this. And what do we have? Let's kind of scooch this over here. Let's get rid of some of this stuff. We can open it again if we need it. Right now we have too many things open. Way too many things. Okay. Character manager. This case will, and then default, we'll just scaffold this in real quick. We'll do the same thing we've done here. Ish. You can return an error still. But this is where that's a string. And this is a T. And then this isn't event. This is event.data. And this is that's that stringed. But this is just tidy that up. This will be event. This game events notify character event with data type. Found in character manager handler. Yeah. Room data now. So over here in character, we have notify enter, which does parsing of a room update for the basic one. We could do let's do build room text. You take description and I did that backwards. And exits, which is a list of room exits. Return string. Yeah. So then all of this inside of the else, we set the location, our buffer, we need a new buffer here to build all this. We could do just a format string, but this is just easier. It's easier to read. And then this becomes exits in all of these cases. We return a string like so. And then UC, I think, is still valid. We'll see. This might have to come out of our verbose descriptions. Not sure. But then our inter here, we do write string, build room text. This is the short description. This is the exits. Gotta check if self is null on every method in Golang. No? Okay, so that's that. Then we can do... How do I want to build this? It's going to have a lot to do with, or a lot in common with this, but I don't need a pointer to this. I guess it's just... room look. This gets... room data. And we need... room occupants, which is a list of UIDs. If we don't have a listener, we just return. There's nothing really for us to do. Ooh, actually, this is going to be broken for NPCs. They'll never update their location. I guess we can just check it twice. It's not a big deal. So here, we don't need to worry about location. Which I think we sent, but that's fine. It doesn't matter. We actually don't need to worry about this either, because this should only be us. We'll need to resolve all of the occupants, but that's okay. This isn't going to work quite as nicely. Let's just do this. We're going to only do exits here because we want to do this. We still need a buffer though. This needs to go inside of there though. And then this is... oops. Short description. Because otherwise we'll get the exits before the occupants over here. So if we just do that, that's good enough. We will do a buffer still. This is the long description. This we want to move our deal over here because we're not using this anymore. Not that. We're building you over here, and this is just nice for syntax. No. New line, byte. There we go. Doesn't have that suffix. Forgetting to fix my little keyboard footpad, and it's just fallen off. There we go. It's not right string though. New line bytes. Now, for don't care about index. Room occupants. I do get active character occupant ID. Is it error or is it bool? It's bool. If car is okay, then we do let's see here. We only want to show this if there are occupants. But that'll fire if these guys aren't able to be resolved. I think some of this is going to have to change a little bit, but that's fine. We'll kind of roll with it for now. We just do a look on you. Which returns that right now. This is fine. This will change a little bit. We'll take UC out of here. And do a better... Just do it now, I guess. So we just write that there. And then we can do the same thing here. Append a new line if all of this happened and there's no new line. And then right string the build exit text from change data exits like so. This is not leave update. This is just room update, let's say, or look. Doesn't really matter. We just need to put this in game updates. It's a text. And we can throw the bytes at you. notify room look. Like so. Now, we just need to get you passed in here. So for room data, first we need to this is wait. Wait. And data. Yeah, okay. And then we do payload, and then yeah, I'm missing an intermediary step here. Because this should be there's an intermediary. There's a data struct wrapping it. It's the notify event. I did my switch wrong. Crap. Let me just roll this back. Got confused. So it needs to be a character notify event still. Then we need to go here. This becomes, if it's a string, send the payload in to that. Case it's a room data. This is where we need to send it in. And then the default, we need to do our message. This is bad or unknown or no handler found, I guess, yeah. For this will be the type, which is payloads type. No handler found for payload in notified character handler. There we go. That's what I want. This is notify event data. This is notify character string. Perfect. And then here's where we need to send you in to the character. So this is the topic ID. If you're okay, room look, and then this is payload. This is occupant IDs. Perfect. Handled. In theory. Let's run the server. And these don't trigger on being placed in the world just yet. So we'll go east real quick. Actually, this won't trigger at all on entering. Could. I don't think it should. I'll have to think about that. Let me make myself a note for that. Because maybe. Which we just add occupants to the room. It's fine. Let's see here. We'll put you in server. It's more of a gamey design decision, but it's fine. Should we show characters that are present in a room on entry? Decide and make it so. And put you there. This is actually done. Okay. Now let's launch the second client. And let's do a new line here. And I think I want... double line breaks in between these sections here, right? Because it's kind of just a wall of text right now, which is not ideal. So let's do that. And that is, entirely a formatting thing, so that's fine. We might come up with maybe we can use templates for this or something. I don't know. Think about that a little bit. Let's do this. And we'll do... exit text. We need to do the same thing here. Buff bytes. Double new line byte. If it has one new line, we'll add a new line. If it does not have a single new line, we'll add 2. And actually what I think I want to do is put this, because we've used it a couple times now. We'll pull it out. Field exit text. Yes, okay. And then same deal here. We also need to that this add line break, add line break, and then in our exit, or not that, we're just gonna put a new line in U. Now we'll run U. We'll run U. Doesn't really matter. We don't actually need to move, but we need to also filter ourselves. We don't have a new line happening. Ooh, is this a display issue? Wondering if I trimmed new lines at some point at somewhere for some reason. Just exit this right now real quick. I don't remember. All people are here. Headline break. You should be... Might need a pointer here. Adding 2 new lines. Okay. We also need to take that out. There we go. Yeah. He was making a copy. I thought this returned a pointer, but I'm wrong. I guess how would it, right? We didn't do a new or anything. We need to also do if this needs to be we need we just need to build a list of strings here. Not that, but that. And then we do if there are any. I guess we could do we'd still have to go through them twice, right? Or we could do this a better way to only go through here once. It's a little more complicated. We just need to say this. We still do this. And then in here, if we haven't added the header already, then we add the header. Because this tells us we have at least one thing, right? And then we say that. Then we do that. That's better. And then this check will still work because we decided whether or not we even need to look up the character already, theoretically at this point. Or we do it in here after we might have to do after we get them so that we can do any rolls or anything, but that's still fine. Should still work. Okay. Just as long as we, skip out before we get to this. Now, let's give that a quick testy test. We took out our UC, yeah. We don't need that for the long description. Gosh, typing. It's a thing today. So, no occupants. But if we get our other guy in here and look again, Following people are here. Except we didn't do. Oh, we get rid of our. This should figure out fine and dandy. Because it's a smart helper. Okay, no extra spaces, good. And then there is a space. Perfect. And we need to log our stuff and probably append a new line after we print this out, but that's fine. That's a client thing. Both of those are client things. Exit these. Kill the server. Clear these guys out. We'll do a quick commit for this. Ooh. Add room look, or add occupants to room look output. Perfect. What else do we need to do right meow? Let's go look. I think I left my notes in character manager. This done. This is still kind of just a thing. That's done. Handle skill check stuff for looking exit. Yes, that is a big one. Let's pull this out of here. I shouldn't be really just leaving notes everywhere in the code. Not going to worry about hidden stuff just yet. Can we add a state for hidden that intercepts the look event and imposes a skill check to find out if we can see them or not? That would handle all of those to-dos we just left and kind of sprinkled about that are legitimate, like inline to-dos about skill checking, just automatically, which I would love. That would be fantastic. There we go. Okay. And then we can get rid of this. We just kind of chucked a note in there. Along the way, right? Okay. Skill checks. Skill checks. When we do the look, if we only trigger skill checks on a look. Oh, we need to also do, before I forget again, we need to do our early return. We need to do our me. So we need to get command parser open again. Almost forgot. Should have jotted that down. Me. In tokens. Lookup ident. That is tied up to this, right? Current token is token type. Type is literal, token type literal is string. Believe the lexer believe this handles both, but let's not dig through there just yet. So if we parse our look right here, if it's not at, I should say. If it's me, we just immediately put you in there and break. If we entered, look at me, uses the ID and is most granular look possible, build it and go. So that then comes into here, and we say authoritative match, let's call it that. So we can still do all this, or we can do we could also do something else, because I think we have the facilities to look up by ID. Occupant IDs returns that. I guess we don't have. Okay. I guess we can still do the authoritative match idea. I don't know if it's worthwhile. You have to go through target tags. Now this seems. We need to do this. Well, if we did this, except this. Why can't we compare? You went 32. What? Ew. Oh, duh. That's what it is. This is a UUID. And then we need break that. And then we do that. If no authoritative match. Or actually we could do this. We don't even need that, right? This we can do errors not equal to nil. That. We'll do this. And then we say if and then we can else this block. So if the target ID is an ID, right, we do all this good stuff. Otherwise, we go through all this. Genus of items. Use target ID if not nil. That's betterer yet. And then we break if we find you. So you immediately come down here. You'll get nil checked. You won't be nil. You'll get skipped. And we set best match, so this all works still. Perfect. Okay. Let's do a run. And a run. Okay. Well, that didn't work. Well, part of it worked. And both of those are equivalent. Okay. So why didn't you parse? You came in here for sure. You sure looked like a UUID. Did target tags just one thing? We'll say to parse UUID tag single tag as UUID failed. Yeah, let's do that. If this is not a UUID, this is expected. Let's give that a shot. See what comes out of it. So we got a little bigger. To parse single tag as UUID failed. Nil. Because I'm silly. If it's equal to nil, then do that. My not equals to nil reflexes got me. Let's try that again. Perfect. And then if I do we see attempt to parse single tag as UUID failed. Length 3. This is not a UUID. This is expected. without getting too crazy with it, I think that's about the best way to do that. Like, we could try string matching it, but I think this is better. Okay. Let's do a quick commit for this. Support look at me as a shortcut. Okay. Meow. Sure, everything's still happy here. Yes, I think we're good. Okay. What was I doing? The skills. Okay, skills. We need to do skills. So we were thinking about sending a skill check event. But then we can cache it. That's not a problem. Figuring out what check we need to send is the problem. Because we don't want to wait. But okay, so if we chuck a search, let's say that's our keyword into the map, because map handles search, then map tells us and sends an event that says, hey, character, you need to perform this skill check. But character doesn't always know. We'd have to do like a map search or something. Which I'm trying really hard not to make too many events, right? Because then it starts to get messy and confusing. And because we don't hand back things we can't see from the map, order of operations would matter. And this might be the argument for look being synchronous, right? Because we were kind of playing with async as the way we can do looks, because it's not super state dependent, like state of the game dependent, but this would be. because we would need to say, hey, character, give me this check. Character would have to do the check and then do a look. I don't know if I like that, because the feedback you get from doing that action would kind of suck. The other thing we could do is have Game Manager handle this. That's an interesting idea. Because then it could do things serially, right? Which makes sense. And it already knows about both kinds of things. We could still run it through the handlers, but how do you extend that system, right? How does that become not a mess? That is the question. The other thing we could do is tie different keywords to different types of searches. Which might be okay. So like if you just type search, you do perception, let's just say, because that's what we've kind of been using as a placeholdery sort of thing. We did that. Hmm. That's a tricky one. The and like as part of a room update, we could also send back things and let character make decisions on them, right? We took that out. We kind of started down that path, right? But we took that out because that breaks the caching of attempts in the map, which needs to be stored in the map. But that could still be relevant in some ways. Like maybe you get clues or something that get handed back if you don't already know about it or something. The kind of like search as and like, you know, if you had like let's say you needed a magic skill to find a magic portal or something that was hidden, then you would use that skill, send that skill check over to the map. It would do the needful, right? Um We have DCs already of everything we know about. Skill check prompt. We can send that out, and then it would asynchronously, you know, make those checks for us. But is that fun? I guess we could make it like an optional thing. Let's jot that down as an idea for later. Map. Consider an option for characters automatically attempt to search for hidden stuff in a room. And that can stay at the bottom. Because once we have the system in place, that would be okay, right? You already have the DC information. Actually, we don't store that right now. We store a location. Oh, we store room information. Okay. Or we have room information. This was supposed to go in here. We need to fix that. That. That shouldn't be that. That should be room exits. Those have directions in them. This should actually be because they'll allow us to easily select them when we do a move action, right? We have to build that. Means that the command parser needs to but how does that translate to an NPC moving? Command parser right now builds our move command. And then let's rename this as well. It's not really location. Current room info is betterer. We might actually just go fix our tests before we do our looky looks. This we need to do not string. Then we do through the exits. Exit map. And then we do at direction is exit. That way we know how to hook into that right later. This current room info. Location. This turn off the car needs to be location. Which is fine as part of our. What else do we have? Part of our placing in a tile. Default starting location. That. As part of our placing ourselves in a tile, we need to get the room data. Okay. This is it's in on Stow, I think. No, it's not. Yeah, it's in Game Manager. You handle login, character login. Yes. This needs to return not only an error, but what else do we need? We need exits. It should really just return a room data and an error. And then why didn't you do that? Do a pointer just so we can return nil instead of empty crap. That for now. So we add the occupant and then room data, fill the fields, location, that. There's no message just yet. Just description here. Verbose description, sure. Get ordered exits for char ID. Room data. Your important pointer. um, error, this is data error, is that, and then same with logout over here. We need to be careful. Your character from map. That's fine. We don't need room data there. You're logging out. But here we need to do what calls you? You calls you. Okay. That returns a character. We need to do an URL internal, as you kind of should be. I guess the other thing we could do, unstow character, place them in the point. If they're unstowed, they should be active. So maybe this doesn't return this after all. Maybe as part of this, grid at add occupant. If we do character intertile instead of add occupant, that would kind of make more sense, right? That would clean up a lot of this. And make this back here. This is way better, I think. For some reason that song is not on my favorites list, and it's just funny. So go back to just an error, but instead of this, character intertile, tags this transit nil. We would need to be careful about that. Ooh, I can't do that because you are that. We'll have to figure that out here in just a second. We don't need that though. We do this. Because you're not a pointer, you're nil. Or you can't be nil, rather. This transit intermessage. But there's actually, I think that's the only place we use it. It is. So we can do, this is actually fantastic. Let's do I want to do that here, or we want to take, yeah, let's take a string. Place character at point, spawn message string, right? Okay. This transit intermessage spawn message. This, and here we can do, because this is kind of where we have some defaults. We can say that for now. Tags, location, character spawn message, blam. That's a redefinition now. We fix that. So, if we do this correctly, everything we've wired up so far, we'll have to look at the outputs, but launch this. Make sure you came up. Yes, looks like it. Okay. We don't get a look here. Which we should on an enter, right? Did we error? I think we just weren't registered to you yet. Which is fine. Like, you don't need to know that you just appeared in a poof of smoke, right? But I'm going to bring you over here so we can see this screen better. If I log in you... Aha! Ah! Perfect. We just need this to not be in there. That's fine. The other thing we could do is change order of operations a little bit. So unstow. Game manager. Character login. Only gets called from here. And then we don't, right, we don't bind to you yet. Listen, yes, okay, listen to events. Listen to forward events. Happens later. But you get called here after this, okay. Because we don't have your character yet. We could break this out. And do which might actually be a better idea. This. That's actually done. So login does that. That does that. This can return an error. This doesn't need to return a nil. This also doesn't need context because we're not using that at this point. We just need to do the ID, that, current room info location. First time in stream, the YouTube algorithm just recommended me this stream, but what is a MUD game engine? It's a game engine that runs a MUD game. MUD being multi-user dungeon. So then we need to be careful over here that we unstow, not unstow, but we log you in. And then let's see here, the listen and forward events, character login, should new, what actually calls you. Yeah, in here, so we're good. Character login, character login. This is find character, not character login. And then character spawn, the guy just logged in. AI says MUD was originally a text-based dungeon. Yes. The error is not nil here. Spawning. Select ID is fine. Error. And then this is not a redeclaration. Otherwise, we also need to do a return to the client. But it's not invalid character message, it's server error message, I guess. Or actually, we could just do it's not invalid character. You can just do login error message, that's fine for now. Oops. Error message, please. Thank you. Okay, so that should allow us to actually see ourselves spawn in, get the look data all set and all that. We would have had look data anyway, it just wouldn't have displayed. And then ooh, we still don't get, why don't we get our we should be listening. Let's see here. Game manager, character spawn, place character at point. Get that. We would need to see errors if that wasn't working. I don't see. Info debug, debug. Info error. Okay, that's when I closed. Yeah, I don't see. Huh. Am I confused? This should fire a character notify event. Because I'm unstowed. Active characters add, return me. This gets fired in there. We dispatch. Because I bound, character gets set, character selected, my parser gets created, listen and forward events get set up. I guess I could check that. Oh, you know what it is? I don't think my client's ready yet. I don't have anything in there that that checks whether or not it's actually sending or if it's skipping that. It still sets a location, so that's fine. So I'd have to fix the client to get that intro message, but we can do that later. Let me just leave myself a note to do that. Add item. We need to be able to read game data immediately on character select. Right now, the first data back on spawn is dropped. Just leave ourselves a note for that. Sending the data to ourselves is kind of the important part anyway. Yeah, dropping message due to no subscribers for message category game update. Okay, that's fine. We weren't kind of planning on that initially, but it's something we do need to fix. Let's do a commit for this, I think. Find character. Everything in client handler is good. Character spawn has been broken out, which is good because we might need to do that multiple times, different places, etc. In fact, we almost want to do a despawn as well, right? But we'll do that later. If we find a need for it. That's all fine now. We're just using our location better. Storing more data about our location, I should say. Yeah. Okay. Let's use room information to store more info on the room we are in the character object. Break out character spawn, a separate function, bind to character before we spawn, so client can get initial information. Push that up Okay. Now, this is tied into move, but it needs to get scooched into character instead of living in the parser. New move action gets returned. Which, like for look, we build game event look. We should fix our, well, let's see here. Let's fix moving first, and then we'll do tests next. So when we parse the command, we need to generate that move. And then we do, how's the progress? I mean, it goes, you know. Solve an engine sort of problems. So we parse and we create the message here. But we have an attached character. So what if instead of doing this, dispatch, we just blindly dispatch you? Okay. That's fine. We can switch parse type, right? This is the default. We just dispatch you, I guess. Or I guess we could do... And we don't want to do that. Character needs to hold move. That way other things can... In fact, a lot of these things need to be in the character because that's going to... be what we hook into for like the AI or the NPC, you know, scripts or whatever they are. We can't have this generating the move action, really. If we want to have the same pattern. Well, I guess maybe we could. That puts a lot of processing into the command parser that would have to then be duplicated. Yeah, so it needs to move into the character anyway, so that we don't have this duplication going on. How do we do this without becoming insane? I have a question. What will you choose for future C# versus Java? I know Master 1 next would be easy, but I want a future proof. Just want your opinion. Super depends on the local market wherever you are, right? And yeah, like you're right. Master 1 and the next one's easy. I mean, even just get decent at one, and the next one's easy. So it's not really a huge deal. Choking on my own spit. The job market you're in will depend on like the companies that hire in there, right? The Germans love their C sharp, from what I'm told. Here in the US, you see a lot more Node, right? So, and that really depends also on how strict the hiring companies are on knowing their stack exactly. Right now, here in the US, they really want you to know their stack exactly. At other times, they would say, as long as you know a language, like apply, right? So, very much dependent. C Sharp .NET is cross-platform now, so that's a thing to consider. I don't know how compatible Java is across the world anymore. Theoretically, it is, but I would look at get on the job boards in your area and look at what companies are asking for, and then kind of start going that way, right? That would probably be what I would do to hedge my bets. But then also don't agonize over it, right? You can learn all of them, whatever you need. Okay, so if we did this, we would need to essentially push this up in to the client. The decision to parse type, or the parse type, the switch for it. Maybe that's a good idea. Hey, buddy, I got 7 grams of rust. You might try instead of C sharp. 0 jobs, but 100% safety. I feel like you're working overtime with Ashnot here. Client input. What do I call text? Parse input. Parsed. Switch execution type. And then I would just need to my parser here. We need to push this up, and we would just need to move direction, right? The rest we can figure out from up there. And then maybe I can pull character, the attached character out of here. Where else do you get used? Look action, create move command. I do kind of like that as an idea. Oh yeah, we should learn Rust. So basically I want to learn everything. So I'm following the pattern Nest.js, Spring Boot, .NET, React, Native, Flutter, Kotlin. Okay, cool. I mean, if that makes sense in your market, then yeah, go for it. Then I wouldn't even need this. which I would like. Sorry I didn't make it to any yesterday's stream. Got wrapped up in a project. Hope it went well and that today is chill. Yeah, it's all right. We're just moving through, getting the events kind of better sorted out. Because in Go, you can't do cyclical imports. You're not allowed. So we've got the message bus that everything broadcasts to for queuing up game events. The game manager serializes as appropriate based on the event type and dispatches to the handlers that have told it, hey, I know how to handle this event. And we're just kind of slowly extricating things and trying to avoid any waiting or like blocking or waiting for responses. Like everything should just be like a one shot sort of thing where we can either handle it immediately or we generate another event to do so. And we'll have to kind of noodle on that a little bit when it comes time to do skill checks and stuff like that, right? But yeah, that's where we're at. And I was just looking at this and thinking about trying to pull these into character. That way, when we drive the character from an NPC controller of some kind, hey, yo, events, yeah, it is event land still. But we're pretty, since y'all just showed up, we can do a quick demo. We're getting pretty good results. Things are coming together. So we can do, if I could type, oh my gosh, there we go. So we appear, and if we start our second client, and we'll pull him over here really quick. Sha-sha-sha. We see our guy, our other little friend appear. And if we move over here, we get our basic info. We can look at the tile and get the verbose description. We can look at ourselves and see ourselves. If our friend is to join us over here, we see he entered. We can look, and my client is a little bit broken, but we can see that he's here. And we can look at him directly. Like so. We need to fix our client descriptions, or scrolling and spacing, and we need to log our commands and stuff, but it's coming together, and I'm pretty happy. We have some polish and stuff to do, but it's resembling a thing that works, and that's very exciting. From my experience, languages are generalized. Once you know one, you know most of them. Yeah. I think you get better XP by having a broad understanding of how systems work as a whole, but when applying to jobs, only lists the language they ask for. Most recruiters are non-technical. Also beware of shiny object syndrome. All of that, very solid advice. Finish the look command generally? Yes. As far as characters go. Items not yet, but items don't actually exist yet. But we should be set up for success to where we can handle that gracefully. Okay, yeah, so this creates a new look. What I really want to do, and this creates a new move. What I really want to do is have you, I guess we still need our attached character because we need to call these things on it, but that's fine. That's not a big deal. You're in a different package though. So these need to be exported, which is fine because we also need that to happen from a controller, whatever. Let's also do builds the output for the client, or rather for any connected listeners. Builds output of room data returned by the map for a look action on the room we are in. For any connected listeners. But it's actually not that. It's look event. Okay. Let's go up here. Kind of put you up here with these other things that do actions. Yeah. Do look, let's say. You need a target. Put you over here real quick. Dispatch message. Broadcast new message. Because parsed had that. Look, parse look command. Tags. That's what we need here. This returns an event, though. We would need to... That's why we were doing events. Because it makes this cleaner. Otherwise, we need to figure out what we return from here, right? So that we can pass it on to character. That's why things lived in here. But we could build... We just built a function call. And instead of doing this... I'm going to break so many tests. Parse input could return func, but then we can't really generalize the func either. Because if it returns this, that's going to be different from a move. It'll take different arguments, so the signature should be different. Maybe this just these need to take the event, and then they can modify it in some way. Because this really, like, it's good from a flow perspective. The only problem is that it just adds there would be a lot of processing we'd have to do multiple places. But if we do that in the character, and this instead takes a which is a, and we're passing pointers, so we'll just do that. Look, wait a minute, what do you, oh, you're just an event. Or you could type assert it, and that's fine. It's just kind of annoying. The other thing is we could now this is the correct place. I think we could get rid of message broker in here though, which would be good. This could return an error, which should give us better idea. Well, I guess it wouldn't matter because it's just dispatching it into the message bus. Error stuff, like the success is you have submitted the data or the action. Let's take this out of here real quick. Come back to that. This we can still handle here too, so that's nice. This just becomes do look parsed. You then become responsible for this, which we can leave in here for just a second because this is still in there. We don't have message brokers in here though, so we'd have to put them in here. Notification channel minder. Where would we want to take the message broker out, I wonder? That would be there, that would be here. Yeah, that's the only place in here it's used. Manager doesn't have one. But Game Manager controls my character login. So we unstow you. We could give you a pointer. Hey, how's it going? We could give you a pointer to a message broker, and then they would all, NPC or not, have access. We'd have to be careful. We'd have to check it for nil every time we used it, or just let that panic. Like, you just have to have a message broker. And we have a config. So we just need to put you in there. When we unstow you, we do all this, convert internal. We add you to the active right after we do the message broker set. Because that's the only way, this is the only way a character gets added. Maybe it's fine. This is event for now. MB dispatch. Could do that. For this, we can just hand the event up. Don't really like this, though. Message content, we parse it, it comes out of the parser as an event. Which we determine by this, that really, yeah, this is what really determines that event. Parse Look command. I'd have to do like an interface instead, right? And that would be, then you'd have to know here, or you'd have to here's the type is right here, which I guess maybe isn't the worst thing in the world. This returns instead interface. Here we do do that. Then you would take that and then build look event, no. New look, source ID is me. What was the other? Current room info, location, and tag list. This one is the easier one because we don't have to change this event. This event is still sufficient. That wouldn't do that. Okay, so here's what we can do. Command parser. This is parsed event. This is what will return. The event type is a game events event type because we're still hooking into that system. And then data as an interface. You return parsed event. If we return a pointer, then we can still return nil, which I like a little more for things that can fail. We did that. We can still get a cardinal here. Event type is move event. Data is move direction. Comment this for a second. This needs to be a pointer. And this character say we don't Guess we didn't pass that back before. Just kind of a placeholder, which is fine. This is a parsed event. And we've already got a pointer of you, silly me. Okay, so then look command needs to also do parsed event, which is fine. Build this. So look event data is tags. Keep forgetting that. That's fine. We'll fix that. Okay, that fixes everything but parse goodbye. That. Data for this is, there's nothing in there. Return that. You need to be that. And type there. Okay. So then we switch on not execution type, but event type. Kaboom. Execution type. Game events event type. Game events event type. Did I? No. Oh, this is execution type. Right. Okay. But that comes from game events. Game events knows about that. It's because we had a open you. Because when we use this helper, it sets it. We would need this doesn't really matter to us. We just need to hook these up correctly for all the types that we know how to parse. So that would be just this. Then we don't need this. Parser gets simpler. That goes there. Move event, we need to build. Do move. This this PHP storm. No, it's GoLand. Direction cardinal. New event. Move event. What else do we need here? We need the data, which we didn't do. How did we do that before? That was our look. Create move command. That's what it is. Because you're all right. You're in game map. That shouldn't be. We'll do it for now. Character ID, tags, current room info dot location, and then dir. Make our message broker message type create yeah, that's fine, I guess. Move event. Dispatch the message. Broadcast topic. New message. Like so. Okay. That should wire up all of our current stuff with the new hotness. Let's do a test of that. Hey. No. What did I break? They're reading from WebSocket. Cause, dispatch message, do look. You don't have. Right. Our manager. Is that we need to think here. Probably going to want character manager to be able to be loaded without a message broker for editor stuff, because it'll help us to load characters, maybe? We ran into that problem with map, right? But up until we know for sure, let's just say if the message broker in the config is nil, character manager requires a message broker. This just be errors new. We don't need to format it. And then here in main, we need to make sure that we fix that up. Connect you, app config, character manager. Put the message broker we already created in there. Let's try that again, shall we? Okay. Move is broken. Invalid command. Everything else is working. What did I forget? Ah, yeah. Forgot about that part. Duh. We need to make sure. Do move. Move direction. Put that in there. These need to be... default on here. So yeah, that's fine. Let's relaunch that. Not getting outputs out of you, though. We dispatch you. What am I forgetting? Go look at... no execution type configured for event type notify character using default. Move event goes in there. Which is exactly what we used to do. There. Up here. This just used to get piped in. Broadcast topic, new message. Check a quick look. Dropping message, no subscribers. Category game update. That's the old one. That's the first one. Unhandled message type success. Because we don't do anything with success just yet. This is at 0, 0. These aren't getting routed. What did I do wrong? First, it must be direction cardinal. Operation success. Um, Oh, I must be failing. Okay. Direction cardinal. Parse move. Hit cardinal. Move dir. Move event, move dir. What I can do. Actually, I should have a. Yeah. Um. Parsed data. Are you somehow, for some reason, failing to type a search? No. I think. You're not even. Not even firing. What's going on here? Must have done something very silly. The other thing I noticed is we need to take those out. Parse input. The direction, we parse a move command. Hit cardinal. Turn token literal. Game events, move event, move dir. Turn parsed. Event type, move event. Move event. That would make me believe it would be over here. Dispatch message, broadcast new message, create, move event. Ah, it's here, I bet. Because dispatch message, if it's synchronous, we just dispatched you. Broadcast topic, new message. Create, parsed. Move command. This isn't an event, that's why. But where did it get populated before? Game events, new event, we wrapped it. That's right. Okay. Right. This is this. Silly me. Definitely need to pull that into game events instead of in map. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Let's do a commit here, though, real quick. Pull the character action triggers into character itself. so that the client, or so that we don't have to duplicate logic in client handler and the future NPC handler. Can you build a game engine with the GC language? Ask the people that built them in Python, C#. JavaScript even has game engines now. Okay, so... Oh, the other thing we want to do is... it's not client handler, it's the parser. Right? No, it is client handler. Take this out. Don't need that. Don't need that. Always add it back later if we decide we need to. Right now, we do not. Then this is no longer needed. Tidy that all up. Make sure we're good. Looks pretty good to me. Okay. Move old. Message, or just remove message broker from clients not needed. Characters have them meow. Love the progress. Me too. Me too. Things are kind of starting to shake out to where we want them to be, I hope. Okay, now let's just do the map thing, and then I promise we'll fix tests. We'll probably run out of time today for it, but... But it's like the next thing we've really got to do once I stop breaking things. Create move command. Bop. You are going to go into event structs, and we'll rename you, but you need to pull your struct over as well. Move command. Move command. Check result. Yeah, okay. Perfect. Returns that now. Now let's go fix. It should just be this, right? Events, create move command. Launch the server real quick. Undefined in map. Right. Need to hook you up correctly. We need to export all the things. Okay. Fix you up. Like so. What else did I fix? Ah, there we go. Anything else in here? Yes. Handle event. Make sure we have a move command in there. Now let's try that again. Car ID undefined in map. Don't need that anymore. Missed one still. Right there. There we go. Run this. You raw dogged a whole 4 hours of coding without drugs, coffee, or scrolling. I had coffee earlier. I had a Bang Energy earlier, and this is the caffeinated version of the of the Mio Squirties, beverage flavorers. The rest of it's true. Okay, perfect. As a developer, which is a machine for turning caffeine into cool things, I don't have an addiction to caffeine. It's just a required input. Okay, all of that. Good. That good. Now, we can do is we can make this new move command. And we can kind of follow our other patterns here. This returns a new event that wraps our move. We should call this a move event instead of new, move command, but that's fine. This is not event type. This is a move event, and then move command. That this doesn't return that anymore. Returns an event, specifically a pointer to one. I'm here for how cool you are. Cool. Appreciate you. Okay, all that. And then here. Oh, I need to fix that. That's right. Move event. Here, I can get rid of this. Too much. Leave that. Get rid of that. It tidies that up real nice. We should be able to restart. Okay. Do you go for a day job? I used to, and then I got laid off. Look, still working. Let's go to the edge. I really need to fix this client scroll. See, we're at 6, 7, 8, 9. There are no exits leading. Okay. There's no exit to the east. Yes, perfect. Poor client needs love. We need to fix up all that mess. Okay. Commit pull the move command over into game events. Do you know any other languages? I've done a fair amount of Python. It's been a while. I've done a little bit of C. I've done some C#. I've done a little tiny bit of C++. Done a little JavaScript. Done a little tiny bit of Java. That was a long, long time ago, though. Am I looking currently? Yes, absolutely. Pull the move command over to game events so that we just where it belongs. Okay. Perfection. Tests. It's time to fix all of the tests that we have broken, which is going to be like all of them. Let's see here. Cooldowns test is going to be our first broken one, I guess. Just the first on the list. Actually, game map test is also very broken, to be expected. Oh yeah, we commented you out even. Let's see here. Get success. Did we rename you? We must have just moved you. We'll do map first. Just in case. Map test. Let's tidy this up. This is a disaster. Just open things as we need them. We can leave main. That's fine. Okay, our config should still be valid. At what point in the program do you think you should writing tests? It really depends on what you're doing, right? This is more or less like just a huge refactor of how things worked, so I ignored tests for now. If it's something that I understand well the behavior I want out of it, I'll write a test first a lot of the times. If it's something that I need to kind of like just work my way through and figure out, then I'll just work my way through and figure it out and then go add tests later. And if I find that it's too hard to test, that means I just need to rework it a little bit to make it testable, right? And I try to keep in mind testability as I'm working my way through it. But like sometimes you just throw it away and solve it a different way, but you have all that benefit of working through it the first time, right? So you have a better, deeper understanding of the corner cases. Right. You're a character, current room info. Room information. Is that too many? You can just be an empty map. That's fine. Place character at point now needs tags. We need to put tags in you. Let's not do that. We'll keep you looking like a real thing. What else are we doing? Tags needs to come before location. Oops. We need ID, tags, location. Oh, spawn message, right. Like so. And then this is the room info dot location. Like so. This can't use that helper anymore. Move takes the move command, not the event, which is fine. We can just do this. Tags. Room info, location. East is what we said. And then we don't need to check result for this. If I spelled you correctly, it would help. Here's what we're gonna do. Steal from ourselves. We still made you 0, 0. That's fine. Tags are going to be the same. Doesn't really matter order, but that's fine. This character at point. Connect you in the test map. Tags. Spawn message. And then you are dot location. We're going to borrow this. ID, room info, location, tags, east, should be good. Bar test character. A lot of this is going to be same because they're just test objects. I tend to copy paste them, but we'll just kind of go through. Probably just copy. Well, double check. Yeah. Do this. Like so. Add entry. Okay, this is going to tie into our skill check tracker. Stuff. Transit ID. So you get tile grid. We don't have an ID. Room connections, transit table. Okay, yeah. That's why you're so long and ugly. Expiration time. Oh, it's because you... Okay, we do need to fix this first because... Why are the move and look functions in map to Go named in lowercase, but the other functions are named in Pascal case? In Go, if it starts with a capital letter, it's public or exported. If it's lowercase, it's internal to that package. Okay, so we need to fix the cooldown stuff first because it's broken because we don't have characters in map anymore. Which is fine. But that's also going to mean that this is broken too, I think. No, maybe not. Oh, we do use UIDs. Perfect. Okay, awesome. We'll pull you over here. This is going to take a hot second. And we're at the end of stream for today because I stream for about 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday, ending on Monday. So if you like this kind of thing, then if you show up here tomorrow at this time, but 4 hours ago, I should be here doing more of it, specifically refactoring a bunch of tests. And I'd love to see you again. Thanks everybody who came and hung out and all the chats we had. It was great. It was good times. Made some good progress. And yeah, love to see you again. If not, have a great weekend, and we'll catch the rest of you later. Bye.